Hello. Excuse me. Hello, I'm not dying. Good morning. Hi, hello, good morning. What's up? I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. Just like, sometimes when I open up stream, that's basically like the first word I've said today, and sometimes it just doesn't go well. Sometimes it's just like, maybe I should have warmed up a little. Hi, hello. Hey mothers and fuckers, what's the haps? I'm at least one of those. Not sure which. Congratulations! You caught me. Rumble. Rumble? I hope you're proud of yourself! Nice, nest plant. It is? Oh, damn it! Okay, I'm fixing that right now. I can't take this anymore. Properties. Do not capture cursor. There. Alright, now that I've fixed that, I'm considerably more Genki. Genki levels are increasing now that I've fixed this. I'm sorry, it's just there's still some little stuff that's just sort of like, on the periphery. I haven't quite gotten figured out yet in the switch from Streamlabs to OBS proper. No, I do not. I'm sorry. What's this? I see a zebra. I see two zebras. Let's see where this takes us. Put on good music instead of Mothman music. A good idea. Hi, Jovi Bear. Honestly, I'm sort of struggling this morning a little bit. I'm okay. It's just like, okay, so facts about Maple Time. I get heartburn very infrequently. I almost never get heartburn. So when I do, it tends to catch me off guard and kind of fuck me up, especially if it's bad. So I got a little bit of heartburn last night, so I was like, well, okay. I'll fix this. I'll go take a Tums. Then I looked at my big thingy of Tums, and it expired in July last year. I'm like, well, fuck. So I guess Tums are now on my grocery list, because I need some that aren't like a year out of date. I need some that aren't a year out of date. Extremely mundane Maple facts about how sometimes her tummy hurts. Sorry, only one music rec per stream. Otherwise, I feel like people just like be constantly competing to like bombard me with dumb meme songs. So I just kind of feel like I had some heartburn. It's sort of lingering. It's kind of unhappy, unfortunate, worrying, but I'll be okay. I just have to remember to sit up extra straight today. Oh, thank you. Head pat, head pat. I don't object to this song, whatever it is. It's not really my style, but it's fine. You also like the Nightcore remix, ironically, because it has an amen break. Well, now that you've said that, I can't help but hear it either. I hate it, thanks. This is wretched, thank you. Forbidden knowledge. Oh, it's pronounced Amen. It's named after a dude. How the fuck am I supposed to know? I'm not some sort of Nightcore aficionado. I just like to say I listen to Nightcore as a gag. I admit that I do occasionally listen to Nightcore when I feel like, I don't know, dissociating from this plane of reality. Which is more often than you might think. Should try ketamine. Is that illegal? Alright, well thank you for the song rec. That was like actually a song. Sometimes people just they abuse my hospitality and generosity and I don't appreciate it. It's illegal to buy and use it at home. I see. So, for those not aware, I'm going to be trying the new Castlevania Chronicles 2 fan game, which is like a modern-esque remake of Castlevania 2. Which I must admit intrigues me because Castlevania 2 is one of those games that it's like it had a lot of really interesting ideas. It was like the very prototypical, like sort of inkling, nascent skeleton of a Metroidvania. So I'm interested to see what they do with this one. I'm interested to see how they do things with it. If you make Castlevania 2 comprehensible, it stops being Castlevania 2. Well, it's not like the original game had stopped existing. If I want to go and be confused in Transylvania, I can always go play that. I just want to see what they did with this. It looks neat. It looks like they put a lot of effort into it. Lost and Confused in Transylvania is my new Nightcore album. Please look forward to it. I'm not sure if I've ever played or heard of that one. Maybe I should give it a look. I am a bit of a fan of the genre. No, full disclosure, I have no idea if this is gonna last the whole 6 hours, so we'll just see. We'll just see. I have backups in store just in case it doesn't last as long as I would like it to. Or fuck, maybe I'll just stop early. Maybe I'll just say fuck it. We ballin'. We taking a break. No, it's the first Zelda. Come on, it's different. No, Symphony 9 is just the 5th Zelda, damn. In the first Zelda? Honestly, no, not really. The thing about the first Zelda is that, like, a lot of the stuff that you get in that game is actually kind of, like, weirdly optional. You don't actually need it. And if you have the skill and confidence, you can just sort of go through the game really linearly. Or non-linearly, but it's... There isn't a lot of ability gating, basically. That came later. Zelda 2 sort of feels like it was another kind of prototype of the idea, though it was also a wretched penis elf game, so we don't talk about it. No, if Zelda 2 Link had a whip, that would actually be pretty poggers. If Zelda 2 Link had a whip, that would be pretty sick. If he had literally any other weapon than his stupid stubby little sword, it'd be pretty pog. No, Metroid Fusion is just a Metroid. Metroid Fusion is just a Metroid. There's no Vania involved. It's just a Metroid. Come on, keep up. Castlevania. Hi, Calsang. Fusion's pretty good. I like Fusion. I know some people aren't super big on it because it's kind of linear. So here's like, honestly, we should probably just start using search action. I know it's kind of goofy sounding, but it's probably better than Metroidvania. Given that one of those series is now completely defunct. Vivs, are you trolling me? I think you might be trolling me. I don't know! I don't know, Mothman! Hi, Ed. So, okay, just for posterity's sake, then, let me lay out what I think a Metroidvania is. One, a Metroidvania is two-dimensional. It takes place on a big map made of boxes. That's important to me. Emotionally speaking, it's important that a game is two-dimensional and takes place on a big map of boxes. Two, and perhaps more seriously, a Metroidvania has RPG elements. Metroidvania has like stats and level up stuff and what have you. I feel like you are all being a bunch of gremlins right now. 3. A Metroidvania must have a double jump. You don't level up as such in Hollow Knight, but there are RPG elements like the badges and stuff. And you do have stats and you can like upgrade your sword and shit. It's like... I guess what I'm trying to say is that there should be an element of character growth and customization beyond just you get new item to do thing. I haven't played a Grand Theft Auto game. I don't know. Metroid doesn't have a double jump. First of all, Metroid has a double jump sometimes. Second of all, a Metroid game is not a Metroidvania. And also, Rule 3 was a joke. Rule 3 was a joke. You don't have to have a double jump. I just really wish you would. You don't have to have a double jump. I just kind of wish that you would. The real Rule 3 is that there is a large emphasis on methods of traversal, and most of the obstacles that you encounter in the game are obstacles of traversal. Like, oh, that ledge is slightly too high for my stubby little arms to grab onto. Or, oh, I am not strong enough to move this large boulder. Or, oh, I can't fit into this tiny little hole. I better learn how to become a dog. Mario World has no RPG elements. I don't know why we're solving this. Because you motherfuckers are being brats and gremlins. That's why. This is not on me. I'm evidently giving a seminar on what makes a Metroidvania. Is Dark Souls a game? Yes. It's actually funny that you mentioned Dark Souls, though. It's actually funny that you mentioned Dark Souls. Because I feel like the first Dark Souls, with the way that its map is really like, that's another part of Metroidvania, is that interconnected map with lots of shortcuts and connections. I actually feel like Dark Souls 2 is kind of like one of the few examples I can think of a game that comes close to the promise of a 3D Metroidvania. Like, there's not much traversal going on in Dark Souls, though. You mostly just sort of lumber from area to area, so it's not a perfect thing. You know what? We're moving on. We're moving on. You people are not interested in having this conversation in good faith. I played that. It's sick. I almost said it sucks for some reason. I think that was just my brain getting ahead of me. So the Sanctuary is actually really dope. I love that game. Because I know you. I know you! You are doing this to troll me! It seems exactly like you. Don't play coy. Don't play dumb. I know your game. I felt like there was something I wanted to talk about today, but it's completely flown from my head. It is just like, it's completely gone from my brain box. This is a big problem that I have, honestly. I just get really distracted by things. Like...
Maple will play Baden Katos on September 16th, 2023.
I won't, I'm sorry. Forgive me, that's not gonna happen. It's not even a stream day. That's a Saturday. Exactly. The schedule must be obeyed. I don't know. I don't know much about it. I just know that it's new. It was a fan project. It looks kind of neat. I don't even know what a shampoo... I've never played Baten Kaitos before. I don't know what the fuck you need with shampoo in that game. I thought it was about cards. I thought it was about cards. Of course. There's a shampoo card. Why wouldn't there be? You need to let them all age, like a fine wine. Like some sort of dangerous French cheese, you must let the cards age. That's... Why would you do that? Why would you design that, and then why would you yourself do that? We were apparently talking about Baten Kaitos, or how the fuck you say it. Evidently, it's a game about aging shampoo. Someone got banned for speedrunning because most of the stream was just the runner to sleep in bed. Dude, that's like, if it didn't work, if you hadn't gotten banned, that would have been like the ultimate grift. That would have been like the ultimate grift of all time. Alright, it's about time to start, so let me just, you know. Let everybody know. Okie dokie. Move myself over here. Scoot myself over a little. Ah, yes, I'm familiar with the lore of Shadow the Hedgehog. Alright, that out of the way. Honk. Alright, so, as has been made adequately clear, I think, this is a fan game, not affiliated with Konami. What about... Oh, cropping. Shit, you're right. You're right! Oh, wretched! Hold on. Let me fix this. There we go. Fix that. Probably better not to be affiliated with Konami now. Yeah, probably. How's the audio? Is the game loud enough or is it too loud? Cause like when I fucked around with it last night, the game was like super fucking loud. But I think I fixed it. Cool, cool. Thank you.
Transylvania, 1698. Welcome back to Hell House. It has been 7 years since Simon Belmont defeated Count Dracula. On the eve of a full moon that same year, Simon fell ill to Dracula's curse. And now, he has returned but with one purpose, to save Europe and himself from the grip of the curse. Gather all of Dracula's remains, and cleanse them at the altar in the ruins of Castlevania to free the lands. For if you fail, all of mankind is lost.
Look at that Simon strut he's doing. He's moving with purpose and authority, like a Belmondo should. Alright, nobody can get mad at me for not reading the instruction manual this time, because the instruction manual is right here on the screen. I can't jump? This was literally working last night. This was literally working last night. What the fuck? God damn it, dude! I literally stayed up late fixing controller shit. What is wrong with this? God, ah! Simon broke kneecap. I can't slide either. What is the deal? Why is this like this? Alright, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. The button itself is working for, like, confirming things. Simon just can't jump for some reason. Simon is simply incapable of upwards locomotion right now. So, you know, I'm gonna, I'm gonna try just, like, resetting the game. I'm just gonna try resetting the game and hope it fixes itself. It did not. Okay, let me try, like, hard resetting then. I'm sorry about this. Like, I genuinely am really sorry about this, but I put in the time to make sure it worked. I put in the time. It just, computers. Computers. It's a terrible night to have a computer curse. It won't work. This game cannot be completed without jumping. This game cannot be completed without jumping. What changed? Literally nothing changed. God damn it, dude. Fucking Christ. Ass fuck. I did everything right. I did everything right and still it came to this. Alright, well that was the game. Thanks for watching, I guess. Keyboard bindings work. Maybe. Whoops. I'm not sure this game has keyboard bindings. I think it was made, like, specifically for controller. I can't slide, I can't jump, but I can select things in the menu. This is indeed Dracula's curse. There's no other explanation that this is Dracula's curse. No, it's not. Okay, you know what? Fuck this, dude. I'm. Okay. 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 Time to play AM2R. The game's pretty legit, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let me think here. Let me fuck around in Steam for a second. Let me fuck around in Steam for a second. If I can't fix it, we'll play something else. I have to go into the dreaded big picture mode. I have to go into the dreaded big picture mode. I'm using gyro controls. Alright, let's try it this way then. God, this is so cringe. This is so fucking cringe, dude. Finally. Nope, doesn't work. Okay, we're doing something else today. Sorry. Out of my hands. I did an extensive playtest last night, actually. And it worked fine then, but not now. Alright, give me a second here. Because now I have to get out of big picture mode, because that's like... Ugh! Ah! Dracula's won this round. He took out Simon's knees with the curse. Okay, what do we do? What do we fucking do, dude? Maybe I just take a nap. Maybe I just take a nap. Fuck. You know, for lack of a... I'm sorry, I get so flustered when this happens. I get very flustered when this happens that I have trouble, like, thinking. Like, even more than usual. Konami slapped my button napping with cease and desist. Oh no. Uh, fuck, dude. I don't know. I'm sorry. Uh, um, Castlevania 2 Classic? Maybe? Dithering. Dithering is mostly what I'm doing right now. I think, we were doing a little bit of Aria of Sorrow on Monday, and I wanted to do a rando, but I thought I would do the remake first, but then everything sucked. Let me just get this set up real quick. Oh, it's tiny. That won't do. All right, let me just change things. Computers were a mistake. Let's play Aria some more. Hi, Dogant. Welcome to Dracula's Curse. Welcome to Dracula's Curse. Yeah, like, the thing is, I checked their Discord. I did look at their Discord. And, because I had a problem last night where, like, the jump button and the attack button were the same, which is equally bad in some ways. Yeah, so, maybe it's, like, a weird interaction with the streaming. I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Well, I love to repel bullets with a shield. The Curse is the game I wanted to play doesn't work, for reasons unknowns to me. Listen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sometimes video games are hard to translate. Oh, you know what's weird? The timing. This is like all wrong. This is like all wrong compared to like Bloodstain. Or maybe I should say that like Bloodstain is all wrong compared to this. I don't know. Oh no, there's a spooky man. The Kilma Demon. Well, Aria is kind of a short game and I know it pretty well, so even if I do spend an unseemly amount of time, just like grinding for throwing rocks, I can get through it pretty quickly. But it looks like this is a dead end. That hardly seems constructive right now, Mothman. What do you mean, what do I think? What kind of question is that? Do you just lead your conversations like that? What do you think of hedgehogs? I think they're cute. They're fine. Nothing wrong with them. Beavers get along with everybody. Don't be silly. I already had... Alright, I need to think of a new animal lie about hedgehogs. Hedgehogs are capable of building dams, they simply choose not to. Oh wait, no, it's not a dead end. This game is just weird, and the Undini soul you have to equip. I thought we got that. I thought we got that. Game is just strange sometimes. Nope. Hedgehogs are feisty. Ow! Hedgehogs have a caste system inspired by the musical Cats. That's fucked up if true. Fucked up if true. That's the only thing I have to say to that. Hedgehogs would used to be a budding. I thought everybody knew that. Why do I have so many skull necklaces? I only have one neck. But it doesn't increase luck, so I don't care. I don't care. Luck is the one true stat in these games. Soma is a fashion model. He's not a vampire. He just has a... He too is a victim of Dracula's curse, is the thing. Soma gets the gat. That's true. Soma is one of the few Castlevania protagonists that can just shoot a motherfucker with a gun. And a rocket launcher and a positron laser. Soma's pretty well connected for a fashion model. This game does take place in 2035. You know, the distant far off year of 2035. Valkyrie's soul might be my wife in this game. It's okay. Let me turn back. I admit it might have been a little bit of a mistake. It might have been a little bit of a mistake to, like, go back to this after Bloodstained. Because, like, Bloodstained is, like, buttery smooth. And this is a GBA game. Ow! Bloodstained is, like, buttery smooth and wonderful, and this game is like, well, it was made in 2003 on the Game Boy Advance. Bloodstained does have Miriam in it. Bloodstained does have my wonderful wife in it. It would be kind of fun to see, like, younger Twink Julius. It'd be fun to see what he got up to in his younger days. Why is it funny? Did I say something cursed again? Did I say something cursed again? Oh, there's another fan game in progress about... I wonder if that one has a jump button. Madge. Probably not. I feel like Bishonen has sort of, fell out of the vernacular in place of, like, femboy or twink. Which is maybe not particularly accurate. Honestly, I feel like Bishonen is actually kind of distinct from those things. And I feel like it is a genuinely, like, a useful descriptor. It's useful to describe a certain vibe. Like, Soma is not a twink. Soma is a Bishonen. Like, does that make sense? Soma isn't a girl, so this game is bad. True. True. Whether or not Soma is a twink or a Bishonen, what matters is, the true issue at hand here is that Soma is not Shinoa. Soma is not Shinoa. I'm out of here. Stop firing fireballs at me. I'm having a bad day. You learn the valuable lesson that playing a girl makes the game much better. What's up? Curse you, Dracula! My computer! No! I might hang on to this image. I might hang on to this image. Just for, you know, the next time I have technical difficulties. That could be Pog. Okay. So, granted, I don't know very much about Zoolander. I admit this. However, isn't Zoolander, isn't like his thing that he is also like a fashion model?
Oh, it has come to my attention that it is Bikini Bee Thursday, and all women should, quote, let that shit swing, unquote.
Okay. I'm sorry, this model doesn't have a bikini toggle. I'll do my best though. What the? What is that hitbox? The battle axe is very strong, but it's a little bit jank. ROM hackers need to get their fucking shit sorted out. Deranged behavior. Who in their right mind would want to play as Alfred of all people? Who would want to play as the smelly old man? I need to get back to the entrance hall, and I think it's quickest to go to the warp room from here. Mothman, I said in their right mind. You're not in your right mind. There's a difference here. I don't know what this does, but I look kind of cool. The degree to which you are not normal cannot be stated in a human language. I say this with affection as somebody who is also extremely normal. Quotation marks. Alright, Batman Alfred in a Castlevania game would be kind of funny, so I'm on board. I'm on board enough. Acceptable. Christ. Why would you do this to me? You're all normal here, exactly. I might be a little less normal today, though, because I'm, like, totally... I am totally off my game. I'm 100% off my game right now. I can't deal. Oh, right, I need the fucking stupid flying armor. My plans have all gone awry. Everything sucks.
Hello there.
Hi. Hello there. At least we're not quite so rife with technical difficulties as we were during Wario Week. At least we're not quite that badly off. I don't have to switch my fucking streaming software again. Dracula, somehow less cursed than Wario. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. I'm gonna be okay. I'll get through this. I will get through this trying time. Dracula probably smells like cheap cologne. Like, I know he's rich as fuck, but I don't think he would spring for the good stuff. He just strikes me as a man who would chintz out on the cologne, you know? I mean, he might also smell like blood and or red wine, or perhaps tomato juice. I feel like the Dracula smell profile is actually quite diverse. I hate that as a streamer I have to say things like the Dracula smell profile. I hate that my life has come to this point. Because they don't work, Skennedy. They don't fucking work. Computers are a myth. They're a psyop, like Germa. The people behind Germa are the people behind computers. Mothman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you your very self once stated that vor jokes were tired and overdone and should not be made. Are you going back on your word? Are you in fact a filthy hypocrite? I've been turned to stone by a large chicken. I remember the floating gardens being like kind of weird. Like, they're sort of like, they don't really connect well on the map, is the thing. It's different when I do it, is it? Is it? Oh, now I can fire the Petrify Beam. But why would I do that when I can summon the Jiggle? Well, you've shown your true colors now. I know what you really are. Moo. Are they annoying? I don't know. I feel like nobody's ever showed me their vacation photos. Which is maybe for the best. I don't know. Scannity, I swear to God. I will end you. Sometimes the Gorgon is just a cow, but knowing this game, it's probably like a mistranslation of some kind. I think knowing this game is just kind of a mistranslation. I have been owned. I've been trolled by the imp. Cause like there are known cows that cause petrification. Everybody knows about the noble Bleepus. Everybody knows about the noble Bleepus. So maybe they just wanted to have a Bleepus recolor, and they were like, well, we're out of cows that turn people to stone, so maybe we should just call it a Gorgon. That's my favorite soul. Yes, that's the reason. Why, yes, that is the reason. No, don't give it away. Deflect normal attacks by pressing up B. That's kind of cool. But pressing up B does my special. It summons the Jiggly Woman. The soul does not fuck. Okay. You know, I sort of figured. I sort of figured that that was not a soul that worked. Bleepus. What? Why did you make... You have to be nice to me today. It's imperative that you are nice to me today, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're so brave for saying it, but you're right. Thank you for speaking truth to power. Well, you're supposed to be nice to me every day. But today in particular, because the computer not working, I'm flustered. God does not want you to know. God wants to keep this truth from you. For the same reason that he wanted to keep Adam and Eve from eating the apple of enlightenment. My hard hat's working so safe today. Damn it, dude. You know, I love my hard hat, and I will not exchange it for anything. But I am looking forward to, like, the privilege of being able to take it off. I am looking forward to the privilege of just being able to go hatless every once in a while. Maple, jeez, I'm sorry. When you put it that way, I feel bad. Wow, that is like... That is horribly translated. That has nothing to do with what the soul said. Goddamn. Oh, God. Speaking of goddamn, I'm gonna be stuck here forever because I'm flustered. I can't concentrate. I cannot concentrate. It could, but I'm also using the fairly slow Valkyrie, and I won't change for anything, so don't even ask. I'll probably change eventually, because I do get bored. I get bored easily. Oh, I have another one now. More boost for the headhunter. Die. My affinity for like the fucking Valkyrie soul is not entirely because haha pretty booby lady. It's also because it just fucking nukes things, especially if they're weak to holy. There's also the fact that it kind of lingers on the screen. So, like, theoretically, I could have gotten both warriors to run into the same... See? Like that, like that. I technically missed the swipe, but the sword is still just there. So they run into it, and they're sad, and they're like, ow! How dare you! Well, of course holy is a broken element in this game. It's about killing Dracula, ostensibly. Oh, the monies. Something like that. Where am I even going? I don't remember. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy, I'm tired, and everything has come to naught. Of course I know! I have played this game to completion many times. It's called dramatic irony, okay? Do I want to grind for this? Like, the Mandragora soul is pretty useful. I don't feel like it. Retro Nico, FGC, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Oh, these little fuckheads. These little bastard men. These little sons of bitches. Arya good, you're right, you're so right. You know who's also good? This guy. You know who's also good? Kicker Skeleton. Now you might be saying, man, Maple, if he's good, why are you killing him over and over? And that's because I want his soul. His soul is dope. His soul slaps. It's a skill soul, so it's like always on, and it just lets you kick. And kicking is very important to having a good time in video games. Blah. Sadly, it's no bunny morphosis, but it's useful enough. It's no bunny morphosis, but it's useful enough, and I like it. So there. It's my stream. This is my stream, and I can get Kicker Skeleton Soul if I want to. I really want his scarf, though. What I really want is his scarf. Yeah, if it kicks and it has a scarf, it's absolutely a Kamen Rider reference. Remember when that was a boss I almost died to? Haha, fun times. Bonne nuit. So I'm gonna have a little bit of confession time here. A little bit of confession time. I don't like tokusatsu very much. It's just not for me. But like I feel like if you're running in the nerd circles, then it's kind of impossible not to at least hear about Kamen Rider, you know? Oh, this guy's such a rude lord. Golem is made of wood. Wait, no, he's not. He's just a regular golem. He's just a regular ass golem. I'm not lost. I am being thorough. I'm getting treasure. Whoops. Bad time to look at chat. Oh, god damn it. I should just not touch the control pad. I need to curb my wiggling tendencies. Alright. Fuck, maybe I am lost in the fairy woods. I don't know. It's been a little while. I love to immediately turn around and go backwards. I love to go forward and back, and then forward and back, and then forward and back, and then forward again. There's nothing I enjoy more. I love to create a mountain of... okay, actually I love to create a mountain of magical fire. I'm a gamer beaver. I am. I'm the only beaver that games. At least so far. There might be another one. I imagine given the current trajectory of VTubers, there's probably gonna be another Gamer Beaver eventually. And you know, I welcome them. I would like to meet them. I would like to become their ally. Oh, hello again, Graham. I don't care what you have to say. What was that all about? It was almost like he's some kind of weirdo maniac, man. Oh dear. This place is scary. Alright, so the lightning doll has like a really strong soul. But like it's cringe to use it, I think, because it's like so strong. It's like everybody wants the lightning doll soul. Naturally, I get it on my second one. Ow! Oh, this is bad. I am going to have some snackies, and by snackies I mean a potion. Oh, hi, Yoko. Hello! Hello there! Could have some rotten meat as a treat. I also crave snackies a lot of the time. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like craving snackies is sort of like a default state of being for most people. God damn it, there was a save room right here. I didn't need to drink that potion. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, well. Just for demonstration's sake, I'll show you why Lightning Doll is good, but cringe. It's not actually cringe, I'm just being stupid. You're not Yoko. You're not Yoko! Betrayed! It's a very overtuned soul, if you ask me. It's a little bit too strong in comparison to everything else. Also, the song's a banger, just saying. And it's like, Aria's not that hard of a game anyway, so I will try not to abuse it. Yeah, like, the damage output is, like, fucking ridiculous, but it doesn't cost that much MP. This little guy. Little guy. A gremlin. Oh no, the golden heads have started appearing. I actually, not too, long ago. Ah! Not too long ago, I watched a challenge video of somebody, beating, I think it was Dawn of Sorrow? With only their fisties? And apparently, like, for that run, like, the Medusa head soul actually came in super clutch. The Medusa head soul actually came in, like, ultra giga clutch for them. Hello. Because, like, they had a lot of problems, like, actually just, like, they had a lot of problems actually just, like, getting into a good position to actually hit people. Like, some of the bosses were just like, my fists are so short and they are so far away, how do? I'm sorry, they were throwing things at me. If I supply my own substitute, will that appease you? I hate it when women die. It's cringe. Oh. Yeah, we're just like... He's in the way, so I can't really just go over him, but I wish I didn't have to. He's annoying me. No, he's fucking edge camping. What do you think you are, some sort of Smash brother? Whatever. I'm just gonna heal again. Some things just aren't worth it. Oh, and now I think I'm like basically out of healing items for the death fight, but don't worry. I'm pretty sure Valkyrie's soul will actually just kind of kill him. I'm pretty sure Valkyrie's soul will actually just like cleave him in twain for realsies. Actually, I don't think the scythe is weak to holy. I think, like, the body is weak to holy. But, like, this death fight isn't actually too hard. Of the various death fights in this series of video games, this one's pretty tame. Ow. It does get harder when he gets, like, the real shit out, though. Oh no, I misremembered. He's not weak to holy in this one. Ow! Oh yeah, this death fight's pretty tame. I'm such a gamer. I'm gaming so hard. Do we have anything? We have 2 meat strips. You know, sometimes you make your bed and you lie in it. fine. Don't worry about it. I'm a god. I'm a god gamer. God gamer moments. Don't worry about it. I should probably, like, go talk to Hammer to buy some potions or something, though. It's a little scary. It's a little scary just not to have any. Ow! This game is pretty easy, but it's mostly because you have potions, you know? Game is easy because you have access to on-demand healing. Alright, now we have the good water shit, I guess. I don't know. Can I be real for a second? Can I be real with you all? I feel like when stuff like this happens, when I have like a tech problem or whatever, and it like just totally throws me off. I tend to get like really flustered. Well, discombobulated, and I start to like worry that I'm just not good at this. I start to worry that I'm just not good at this. No, not discombobulate, discombobulate. It's a word. I swear it's a word. Would I lie? Would I lie about something like this? I use weird words like discombobulate all the time. And it's just like, it's hard not to like fall into some destructive thought patterns. Like I have a lot of trouble just like trying to remind myself that comparing myself to other people in this field is not like it's not a constructive exercise. What secret? There's probably a better way to do that, but what do I care? I think I got some sort of sword. I'm fairly certain it's not as good as the battle axe, but let's do something different just for a change. Just for a change. It's pretty fast. Holy sword. I like the arc of the axe, but this is much faster. And of course, holy damage OP, as has been discussed. Now we can go down here. Maybe. Alright, you have to equip this one too! It's so cringe! And I feel like that I probably don't really have anything to worry about. I feel like I'm actually, like, when I look at it objectively, I'm pretty sure I'm doing a good job. I'm pretty sure that, like, I'm meeting with a modest measure of success here, and I should not freak out every time something goes wrong. It's just, you know, it's in my nature to freak out when things go wrong. I'm high-strung and anxious. So thank you for putting up with that. Mudgy. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but it's more like 2/3 of a year. I debuted back in like the beginning of July. So, okay, maybe it's just, why did I go this way? I was too busy tooting my own horn, and now I made a mistake. Soon all shall follow me. I hope not. That sounds exhausting, dude. My dudes. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. But thank you for thank you for being nice. Oh man, I think we want to go to the underground reservoir or whatever it's called in this game. The water area at the bottom of the map that every Castlevania game has. Oh, you know, I'm honestly, I was afraid of that. I was afraid that, like, if I even talk about this, it's like I am absolutely gonna sound like a fucking out-of-touch idiot. Because I know in comparison to a lot of streamers, I'm doing very well. So it's like, I should really just calm down. I should really just not be weird. I think, like, my problem is that I actually have, I will not name names for privacy's sake, but I had a friend who got into VTubing before I did, and she sort of had like a really meteoric rise. And I feel like if I can't use that as a template. I think that was kind of atypical. I should just do my own thing and not worry about what happened to other people. I said I'm not gonna name names. Shh. It's a secret. Is it healthy? I don't know. It feels weird. I feel like I should just... be normal. But it's hard. I'm not actually normal is the secret. I'm actually quite weird. Look at how you get up there. I think there's like a trick you can do with boat. I think there is in fact a trick you can do with a boat here. I just don't remember what it is off the top of my head. The shocking secret of the year. Who am I trying to act normal for? I don't know. I feel like it's fine to be weird. I try to be weird in like a constructive way. If that makes sense. Eh. I might have gone into this from the wrong direction. Yeah, I think we need to go back, which is a pain in the ass. I did know. I did know. It's bizarre, but I support you. It's not my place to judge. Please chase your smelly bliss. I'm not bizarre. I mean, I'm a little bizarre. I feel like I'm bizarre in a good way, though. I feel like I'm bizarre in like a kind and supportive way. This frizzle energy. A normal stream with Maple? No way. Oh, you know, I think you asked me to do that before and I was like too distracted. I am executing self-care protocols. I gotta have to... Listen, navel gazing. Navel gazing is just an expression. You shouldn't actually gaze at your navel. It's bad for your posture. It makes you shrimp. Besides, it's not like I can really see my navel anyway. Ha 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 ha. It's joke. It's joke. It's like, you know, I'm always looking for ways to like improve the stream and like improve reach or whatever, or engagement or whatever. I don't think all it. But part of the problem is that I don't care that much, like intrinsically. I mostly care about it because I feel like I need to care about it, not because I actually care about it, you know? Does that make sense? I personally kind of like a lo-fi aesthetic to streams. I personally kind of like it when things are just like a little scuffed and casual. Which is not to say that I think that like streamers that like put a lot of work into their setup are bozos or anything. I think that they're very valid. And I fully admit that maybe I feel the way that I do out of a little bit of jealousy. Because I'm like, damn, I wish mine could look that good. I just don't have the skills. I feel like though, yeah, that's probably a good idea, but it's a lot for my tiny brain. Oh, I remember this room. This is the room you go to if you want to grind Headhunter. This is the room you go to if you just feel like you really want to get a really strong Headhunter. You just get like the fucking Black Panther soul, and you just like mow these guys down over and over again, and you get their souls, and it's like, wow, power. Power, money, influence, strength. What's the Elephant Cape do? No, I'm not like especially interested in farming Headhunter because it's like overpowered in a game that's like doesn't really need more overpowered shit. Tasty meat! Oh boy, my favorite. Love me some tasty meat. So yeah, like, and it's like, I've been thinking a little bit about it recently because like a lot of people have actually been, they've been very kind and followed me when I asked them to, so it's like, I hate this thing, dude. So weird looking. Stop it! And I feel grateful for that, and it's like, I did say tasty meat, we found some. Hi, Lynx. And we're actually getting pretty close to the goal. Rahab's sword. I think Rahab's sword is like frosty. Yeah. I'll keep the Mistletoe on, because like the holy damage is probably better. Damn it. You know, I don't actually need to fight him. I can just leave. I have that ability. I will say, one thing that I kind of miss about, like, the DS games of this bent is that you can always see the map on the bottom screen in those games, and that's really helpful to me because I don't have a good sense of direction. Like genuinely, it's not just video games. I have a bad sense of direction in every facet of the phrase. Like I don't read like actual maps very well. I'm awful with like written instructions. One time when I was working part-time somewhere, somebody asked me for direction to the store, and I literally just had to hand it off to somebody else because I had no idea how to respond. I literally just had no idea what to say. I was like, give me 1 second, please. And I handed it off, and you know, I did not get hired on full-time for that job, and that might have been why. Oh, he's guarding. He's so strong. I think this guy has like a super strong, like, strength soul, or maybe constitution. This is another good room to go to if you just like want, if you just want numerical value of soul. This is a good one to go to. Wait, except they don't respawn. Never mind. Sometimes I don't actually know what I'm talking about. Ow! This poor fish! Hey buddy, you doing okay down there? Okay, great. Vibing with Maple, a Castlevania Facts Hour. I have played all of these games now, pretty much. Like, I think the only one I haven't played at this point is Harmony of... Oh no, I'm poisoned! Is Harmony of Despair, that weird, like, online multiplayer one. I never had a chance to play that one while it was like a thing. So I actually know quite a bit about the series. Choom. Places that look like they should really have secret walls 101. Ow! Sorry, breakable walls. Not sure there's any such thing as a secret wall. I didn't know there was a jank PC version. Like, I'm not super put out about not being able to play it. It didn't look that good. It didn't look like it was gonna light my world on fire, you know? But it's just like a Castlevania fan, it was something that interested me. Oh, I see, it's like when the coyote jumps through the big tunnel. Ow. That's pretty pog. Hi, Gaia Man, how you doing? Machi. Oh. Yeah, I'm fighting demonic creatures, but Dracula cursed my computer, so I can't fight the demonic creatures I wanted to. I can't believe the Dracula is the puppet master that cursed my computer. I'm also kind of lost in the cave. I mean, I'm not lost, but I'm in a cave. And there's like this weird thing I don't like. There's also this bizarre thingy. Want it to leave me alone. I feel like I'm probably a little underleveled. I tend to end up a little underleveled when I stream games like this because I'm like, I gotta go fast for the viewers' engagement. Oh, hello. That should be helpful. Thank you, uncurse my computer with the cross. We were supposed to play the Castlevania 2 fan remake, but the A button. Simon's shins and knees were evidently cursed by Dracula because he could not jump no matter what I did. I literally haven't died yet. I literally haven't died yet, you fuck. Oh, I don't like this. I haven't died yet today. And Manticore, I was just pranking. I was just playing around. It was just a prank. Oh no, stab. I hate it when I'm interrupted when I'm stabbing someone. Don't just stand there being cool. Blah, 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 blah. Ukobak. I like the Ukobaks in this game, because they're like little cute guys with hats and not gremlins. I am in kind of a bad position, though. I'll go ahead and eat the tasty meat as a snack. Well, aren't we just... I guess I just look submissive and backseatable today. Hoping. The arena. Mostly I'm just kind of looking for a safe room. Mind up. Well, thank you. Okay, fine. Fine. You paid me $100. You can backseat me as much as you want. Thank you. The tithe has been paid. Makes the stinky brownies. Holy fuck. I am once again in bad shape. Oh, I'll just use the super potion. What do I care? I mind up. Me and the girls on the way to the club. $2,000. What do you mean, what? It's me and the girls on the way to the club. Naturally, I'm the one that's the best dressed in the fancy coat. Because I'm telling the story. I'm the one telling this story. I get to decide on details like that. This area's weird. Like, so the good news is that, Valkyrie Soul absolutely obliterates Legion. Like, actually, he's weak to Holy. Oh. Get off of me! Like, I can hit literally all of his bits and bobs this way. What's up, baby? I could speed this up by using a mind up. This boss really freaked me out the first time I played this game. I was like, what the fuck? Why is this thing here? It was like, you have to understand, I was like 13. I was like, what the hell? I was scared of the corpse ball. If I recall correctly, you have to defeat the shell entirely to get his soul. That was dumb. Oh, naked dudes. I hate it when that happens. Bunny stats! Oh fuck. I might die here because I've sort of made a hash of it. And also the laser beams do a shit ton of damage. Yeah, I played around too much with bunny strats. Even though I hit all the bosses. I hit all the bosses in the parts and the... I don't know. Actually, let me put the fucking elfin robe back on for more int. Legion's not a hard fight. I just got caught in a couple of bad positions because I wasn't paying enough attention. That is assuredly on me. Me and the girls on the way to the club. I'm just gonna keep saying that. I will just keep saying that, and I will think it's funny every time. I'm rejecting them with sword and dive kicks. Actually, that does kind of remind me, like, I was first playing this game, like, with a friend. Like, we were playing it more or less the same time. And, like, when we both got to Legion, we're like, holy shit, this is so fucked up. But then my friend was like, what if Legion was actually just like all naked women, though? And I was like, huh, what if, huh? Wouldn't that be something? I had to consider that one. My friend's name was Albert Einstein. Wow, Stesspoint, you're so smart. You're so smart. You know, I think this is the only incarnation of Legion with the weird baby thing. I'm gonna say and use one of my high mind ups just so I can sort of speed this up a little. I have already spent enough time fighting the weird baby man. Yes, I remember. I need to kill all... See? It's fine. I remember. I wouldn't say that I lucked out, Nosume. I kinda had to grind for it. I kinda had to grind for Valkyrie. It was a concerted effort. I wanted the jiggle. And also just it's a really good soul. Also, it's just kind of sick. Stop throwing Stop that. Stop that. I'm gaming. You stop that right now. I'm gaming.
Hello there.
Hello there. Nice to see you. These guys have like a pretty good bullet soul. Like the dagger like gets stuck in enemies and sort of does a lot of damage over time. But they're nasty little flea men, so I don't really know if I want to spend the time. Never mind. Never mind. Didn't have to. Recognize places in which time has been stopped. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure I would qualify that as streamer luck, but... Oh god, the game seems to be chugging a little. That's a little strange. Maybe this new emulator is not so great after all. Nuzzle. I have been accursed. Photorealistic graphics of a giant corpse ball. That would come in handy. This will also come in handy. Congratulations! You did it. You got me. I got. I hope you're proud of yourself. Ah. Not right now, I'm gaming. I'm always gaming is the thing. It's a bad excuse, and I know that. It is a bad excuse. I know, I'm sorry. Alright, let's take a look at some of our new souls. Here's the Ripper Man. Just gotta find somebody big enough to use it on. Hello! She's pretty big. Listen, everybody loves this monster. It's the law. Everybody loves this monster. It's the law. Do I have a better soul to deal with her, though? Like a fire aspected. A Google Bach. Oh, this is wretched. This doesn't work at all. I'm leaving. Oh, fuck. Run! Oh, we did get Legion, because I went through the rigmarole. The rigmarole has been went through. I don't really know why the thing about Legion is that it has lasers underneath, but it sure does, and it's kind of cool when you use the soul and also get lasers. Oh, nice. Alright, that's actually going to be legit kind of helpful for me, because as you can see, I'm bad at this game.
Hello there.
Hello there! Hi, Chikiro. And sometimes, you know, you just want to know the loving embrace of a plant woman. Sometimes you just want your plant wife to give you a hug. And I think that's valid. Like, the MP to heal rate is actually pretty good, too. Like, it's not... A lot of the souls that are like, hey, healing in these games, they're kind of bad. They kind of don't do much because they cost too much MP and don't heal enough. But I feel like this one is like a pretty good, it's a pretty good compromise. Spy front guy has a lot of health. Like, it's not broken or overpowered or anything. It's just, it's nice to have. It like, helps heal off chip damage. Clamp. I don't want to go to the arena just yet. I sort of beeline down here for reasons unknown to me. So I'm gonna head back up and go for the forbidden area and get the god weapon of all time. I'm not even sure I'll use it. I just want to have it. I just want to have it so I can hold it and love it. I can gaze upon its glory. Also, there's just some nice stuff in the forbidden area. And we have what we need to get in there, so there's no reason not to. I farmed for that too. I know I know I've probably like talked about this a lot, but it really does bear repeating. But these games were kind of an awakening for a lot of things inside of me. These games had an effect on my psyche. Yeah. I was. I was like, wow, giant woman. That's kind of cool. I won't examine these feelings until years later. I just think it's cool, I swear. An appreciation for denim. Sure, maybe. You could be right on that one. He hit me. Oh my gross, I just have to yawn. Those bats were flying in perfect formation. It's kind of sick. Chat, what do you still... No, I've made this joke too many times. Never mind. Enough is enough. It's important to know when the bit has been done too much, I think. You have to know your limits. You sell your coordinates on the map to buy near infinite supply of potions. Huh. Weird. Wonder if I should play The Secret of Atlantis. I know that's like a popular retro streamer game like Floygan Bros. Good night, Elle. Thanks for coming in. The Floygans. I'm probably never gonna play the Floygan Bros though. I saw Fang and Drop play that together. I saw Fang and Drop play that together and I was just like, huh, this would end me. I would get so mad at this shitty video game. I'm a retro gamer, but I'm not into the Kusuge. I'm not into that. I have limits. I like to play old games, but only if they're good. Sorry if, like, problematic or if you need to cancel me. Maple McKenzie, up-and-coming VTuber, tragically canceled for saying that Floygan Brothers is a bad game. Everyone is being mean to me again. Everyone is being mean to me again. I'm trying to remember where exactly it is I'm going. It's not going well for me. Some people just like get to know these games like the absolute backs of their hand, and I'm just like, a video game. I'm just like, I don't know. There's a video game here. There are a couple of things we need to do, just like outstanding. I'm not I struggle to believe that. I feel like in this day and age, everybody has played at least one video game. In this day and age, people have played at least one video game. To me, video games are mostly a vehicle by which other people on the internet find a means to make fun of me. It's mostly a vehicle by which other people find a means to make fun of me. Where am I going? Dude, why am I so bad at this? I'm going like the exact opposite direction that I need to. It's fucked up. Alright, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go to the entrance and talk to Hammer and buy some stuff. I'm going to talk to my main man Hammer and buy some goods and services from him with my money. I will shin pick a suit of armor to death. Don't think I won't. You want to know the bitter irony of my situation today? You want to know the bitter irony? I stayed up late last night just to get Castlevania Chronicles 2 to work. I stayed up quite a bit past my bedtime just to get the game to work. And I thought I did, but I didn't. Amiga Dillis, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Truly, I lead a cursed by Dracula life. I think I said Meager Dillis. Is that not how you pronounce your name? Granted, I tend to get these things wrong. It's the famous plant known as Graham. Famous sword of the Dragon Slayers. Pretty expensive though. And then, you know, there's the Soul Eater ring, which takes more money than God. Miga. Okay. Sorry. Well, I'm not here for weapons. I'm here for drugs. Keep your weapons. I want your drugs. Hi, Sarzak. Nice to see you. Ascalon is just like a fairly famous sort of legendary blade of myth and story. Why am I just killing zombies? Why is this like such a serotonin drip for me? Like a sword named Ascalon, for instance, played a pretty big role in Final Fantasy 14. You might have heard of it. Something free trial. Obscure indie gem. Final Fantasy 14, you might have heard of it. But yeah, the sword Ascalon does appear in that, and it's kind of a big deal for a little bit. That's my Ascalon fact. I promise I won't talk any more about it. I won't talk any more about it. You're safe, I swear. It was just an off-the-cuff comment. Ma'am, your bobbies. Ma'am, your titums. Now, to be honest with you, I don't remember if you need the book specifically, or if it's just a hint. I don't remember if you specifically need the book. I think you might just need the soul, but I got the book anyway because I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass and I'm set in my ways. Yo, this bitch be Preston Booberly. Listen, sometimes it's just life. Sometimes you do, in fact, have to breast boobily down the stairs. Sometimes there's just the laws of physics at work. Sometimes it's just how it has to be. And there's nothing wrong with that. I rest my case. What more needs to be said? Sometimes it's just the way that gravity interacts with the human body. It can't be helped. Ow! like, especially if, say, you don't really feel like wearing a bra that day. You know how it is. Sometimes you just don't feel like it. Like, you're not going anywhere, you know? It won't be the end of the world because, like, somebody's not gonna see a little bit of nip through the shirt. It's not a problem. Ah! What was that dumb ninja tweet again? The braless wife delivering the sandwich or whatever? Like, he really had to specify that. It was emotionally important to him that he let everybody know that his wife was not wearing a brassiere. Truly an epic gamer moment, good sir. Take my W. My braless wife! It's Ninja's braless wife. Known internet celebrity, Ninja braless wife. I can only aspire to one day also be a braless wife. Where am I going? I think I need to go to the arena. To the arena. So, if it looks like I'm wasting time, don't worry about it. I'm actually just padding. I'm padding because this game is short, and I wasn't intending to play it today. I'm not sure it's got 6 hours of game left in it. Big Sippy, you got it. That was an involuntary stretch. That stretch just sort of erupted from my being. It needed to be done. There we go. Sippy taken. So I do want to be clear. The fact that Ninja's wife was not wearing a bra is not like a... I'm not impugning her character for it. Like, my ridicule for this situation is entirely upon Ninja himself, and perhaps slightly on her because, she did marry Ninja. There might be a little bit of ridicule in that. But it's mostly in good fun. Like, that guy's already, like, super fucking loaded, right? Like, that guy's, like, completely fucking loaded, right? Maybe she had the right idea. Yeah, that sounds like something he would say. It would, for me personally, it would take, like, probably several $1 million yearly. But if you had lower standards... Maybe there's something to that. Who knows? Listen, I think that women should be allowed to gold dig. I do not think that is a moral wrong. This is my stance. I think like the idea behind it was like the ninja was like, oh, if I streamed with a woman, I wouldn't be able to control myself. I'd be unfaithful to my braless wife or something. And I was like, okay, all right, cool. Have fun with that, I guess. Pissing me off. This entire area is pissing me off. Get out of here. Actually, I think I need his soul. I think I required the man's soul. I wish to go up. Wonder if anybody could grant my wish. Aha, there is a platform. It does exist! It's just kind of hard, because, like, there's fucking Medusa heads everywhere. There's Medusa heads everywhere! And it's like, listen, who among us is not guilty of occasionally, you know, just neglecting to wear a bra one day? Sometimes you just don't feel it. Speaking of which, hello, ma'am. Your delicious, bountiful fruits. Ow! Your delicious, bountiful fruits! Man, your tritties. Oh, here we are. It was this way. Alright, so this is the start of the forbidden area, and we gotta do a specific thingy. Gotta get the curly soul out. I think I also need the Undini soul, or I need to, like, stand on the boat. There's a certain order of operations here. Here we go. Aww. I think that's like good armor. It's guaranteed to last forever. Your own Dracula Jesus. So Mudman. I have no intention of like trying to 100% this game on stream, because that's like for I think that would be like that's something you have to like pay somebody to do. 100%ing this game is not an easy task. Because, like, first of all, to do it, you probably are gonna need the soul ring. And that costs $300,000. It's a lot of money. And it is by no means, like, impossible to get it. It is by no means impossible to get that amount of money. It's just to do it in any reasonable time frame, there's a kind of specific cheesy thing you have to do involving the Mimic Soul. Chat. I love the Mommy Witch. I love her with my life, and I wish I could marry her. Chat, I have to be honest, I'm sort of just thinking about bras now. I'm just sort of thinking about bras and the things that go in them. I'm sorry for this. I think that I brought this on myself. Please forgive my sins. The gold ring can help, but I feel like using the gold ring is probably the slowest way to do it. Oh, it's my other life. I have so many. Why must I be forced to shoot laser at life? Basically, every monster girl is actually my wife. Thank you for being understanding. The dream. I love this little guy in the corner. He's like, hey, how's it going? I did my best, but it wasn't enough. Boat. I'm gonna need to take off Undini. Skula. Here it be. Here it is, the reason that you come to this place. When did that happen? How long has that been true? Oh god, why didn't anybody tell me? Okay, just give me a sec here. I'm also unobservant. Floofy Lucky, thank you for the follow despite my breathtaking incompetence. It was that's right. It was an artistic decision. It wasn't an artistic decision. Well, I guess if you just noticed, it wasn't that bad then. I guess we can just pretend it never happened. Anyway, here's the clean Solai. This thing is busted as fuck. Look at how fast this attacks and how big it is. No! My hypercam is registered, okay? I have standards. Yeah, I use unregistered hypercam 3, thank you. Alright, so I'm not gonna say that the rest of the game is just like done, but getting the sword is actually kind of a death knell for most of the challenge. Money, 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 money. Like, it's probably fine because, like, it's really hidden out of the way. If you don't know the sword is here, you're probably not gonna find it. Yeah, like, Graham just sees the sword and he cries. There were a lot of tiny little men in that treasure chest. Graham just sees you come at him with this sword and he's just like, God damn it, dude. He's just like, fuck. Like, the actual reward is like, you get access to the Mimic and the Joyous, but it's like, it's kind of a lesser prize. Since I'm here, I'm just gonna grab the Mimic Soul. It's easy to get. You literally just walk back and forth for a little. What the Mimic Soul, what it does is, when you take damage, it spawns money. Or it gives you money directly. I don't remember exactly which one. It's been a while since I've 100% at this game. But it has an interesting interaction. Has an interesting interaction. If, you know, you can get lucky and get it. Come on! Well, you little fuckhead, come on! I kind of have all day. I kind of have all day. Yeah, and the Tsuchinoko Soul, also good. Tsuchinoko Real. I could probably go and get that now, but like, do I care? Do I really want to bully Tsuchinoko that much? I don't think I do. Here we go. Increases money as damage is incurred. Alright, off we go then. This is also a good place to get the Ripper Soul if you really feel like you need it. Oh, that's good. Burns enemies to a crisp with its ultra hot flames. Actually, hold on a sec. Is this the one I need? I think it is. Alright, I think that's one thing done. What about Snake Eater? What about Snake Eater? Are you know, like one of those things that you sort of... One of those things that you just sort of irrationally dislike? I'm pretty sure that at this point Metal Gear is one of those things for me. I'm pretty sure that Metal Gear is just one of those things for me that I like. These days I just see the words and I'm just like, oh my god, here we go. Metal Gear and Star Trek are what do it for me, because nerds, tedious nerds will not shut up about either of them. That's right, I'm spitting fire today. I have to have things I irrationally hate. It's important to being a streamer. That's what I learned from Germa, who I still think is a fake person. You still can't convince me Germa's actually real. I'm being double cancelled! Germa was the first true AI. So true, Luffy. Oh, I need to stretch? Okay, one sec. stretched. Stretching complete. Where next? Probably the arena. Damn, you might be onto something. No, that is not to say that I dislike Germa. I'm just saying that I don't think he's real. I don't irrationally hate Germa. I just don't think he's a real person. To this day, nobody has given me a satisfactory explanation of how this man could possibly be real. To this day, nobody has given me an explanation of how somebody like Germa could actually exist in reality. And, you know, I don't think they ever will. Can't be done. That's a lie. Everybody knows who Germa is, even though he's fake. He also has the curious property of making tedious nerds not shut the fuck up about him, but it's a little bit, to me, it's a little bit more understandable. To me, it's a little bit more understandable for Germa because he is such just a fucking unknown quantity. There was a warp room here all along. Oh no. According to all known laws of aviation. Mudgy. According to all known laws of streaming, Germa cannot possibly be real, and yet here we are. I don't know, it's semi-serious real talk. It's always a little bit humbling, I think, when you just learn of somebody with just such a vastly different, like, idea of how literally anything works in the world. Like, I look at German, I see what is basically an alien. And I'm just like, how did this happen? The world is truly a magnificent and dangerous place. If Germa could come to be in it. Just put on Headhunter, why not? I think I do. Never mind. The Killer Mantle is like a really dumb gimmick, but there are a couple of enemies that it just annihilates. There are a couple of enemies that the Killer Mantle just completely obliterates. It's fun. But against most sorts of enemies, it's not actually useful at all. It's Skullmillion. It's Skullmillionaire. I believe the idea is Skullmiglione. But to be honest, I don't blame them for not actually getting that right. I don't blame them one bit for not actually getting that name right in the translation. It's nonsense. He's one of the four fiends. Scarmillion, the Archfiend of Earth. Or probably some, like, biblical figure or something. I just know him as the Fiend of Earth who gives you a back attack. I think he might have been, like, in the Divine Comedy or something? Maybe they're biblical figures? I don't know. I simply do not know, and I apologize. I need to go to that one VTuber's Bible study class, evidently. Maybe then I'll learn where the four fiends came from. Yeah, Scarmillion. Scarmiglione. I don't know. I don't know. From the Divine Comedy. Right, right. The four fiends. Rubicante, Scarmiglione, Cagnazzo, and Barbaricia. Here's Rubicante, or Lubricant. I love these dudes. I love the statues in the background. Like, it's probably not supposed to be as funny as it is, but to me it's extremely funny. Oh, and Lubricant drops the Danger Mario soul. Waka waka waka. I forget how to do this. I think I need like a slightly faster weapon. Or I just keep hitting it. I just keep hitting it. Keep smacking the iron ball with your holy sword, Soma. It's fine. I don't hate JoJo's. I don't watch it. And I do think it's another tedious nerd thing sometimes. But it's like it's totally relevant. It's totally relevant in the context of Castlevania. God damn it. It's totally relevant in the context of Castlevania, because Iga is a JoJo freak. Oh, and those are really good. Especially the peppermint ones with dark chocolate. Those are fucking ridiculously good. Come on. Throw me a bone here. Ow. We got a suit of Olrox. It's less defense, but it's more everything else. I'll put it on so Soma can be a better fashion model. Pranks again. Blah, blah. Oh, since we're sort of tangentially on the subject, a little, kind of. Ow. Mudgy. Is anybody familiar with, Hyodine? Anybody remember Hyodine? He's a musical, they're a musical person that do musical things. They did, like, the opening for Nichijou. But they also, in the before times, before they became, like, rich and famous anime man, they did like a spoof song of the Dreadful Battle from Final Fantasy IV with the four fiends of the elements. It's pretty well known. Machi? More recently, they actually brought Hyodine in to compose a song for Final Fantasy XIV, and I know I said I wouldn't talk about it more, but it was relevant, it was germane, it was salient. You can't get mad at me. You can't get mad at me. It's relevant. It's germane. I'm not weird. I don't like put malware in my shader programs. I don't cheat for world first. I just dress up in funny outfits and nod them so I have giant titties. That's all I do. I'm normal. I'm normal. Wait, isn't that a cat in Garfield? Love to play DDR. I'm not that, I'm just normal. What? I did what you said! Fuck. Why did it oh, that's so tilting. I did that right. I did that correctly. What are you talking about? It's not a skill issue. It's a I don't know what the fuck they want from me issue. I hate how these cherubic angel statues are judging me. Okay, well I just walked off that time. That was on me. That was on me. That was on me. You know what they want? It's disgusting. Alright, this time will be different. it was different. Skill issue, yeah. These guys do like a fuck ton of damage, I think, 'cause, like all beam skeletons do. That's just their thing. And as far as enemy gimmicks go, like doing literally 1 billion damage is pretty good. Literally just doing 5 billion damage is a pretty good gimmick. I always really like this fake out. It's like, oh, you thought you were fighting a bat? Here's a large angry man. I tend not to really, like, actually try to do this fight properly. I usually just hit him a lot in the eyeball. Because, like, once he starts doing this, it's really easy to dodge. He doesn't have... And it's like, I usually have this, the Ultra Giga Chad sword at this point, so it's like, whatever. I love to pack a deadly punch. But you still get the bat soul anyway, so that's nice. Hi, hello. Oh! All my memories came flooding back. Oh yeah, and like Medusa Head Soul like totally trivializes the fight once you get to phase 2. Blah 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 Dracula. There, I just summarized Castlevania for you. Be grateful. I just summarized the entirety of Castlevania for you. Blah 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 Dracula. Sorry if spoilers. I think I need bat for this. Oh right, of course it's the bathroom. It's the room with the bath with the black cloak, and you can just take a bath with the nice ladies. And this is fine. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with this. I am enjoying myself. Unfortunately, I actually need the Succubus Soul to complete the video game, so I'll just be here for a sec. It's not quite the right one. That's privileged information, Estraya. That information is privileged. I can't say on Twitch. So yeah, basically, I think the moral of the story is don't. If you allow your young daughter to play this, she'll become hopelessly gay. So maybe if that's not what you want, don't do it. But also, it should be what you want because that owns IMO. I am poisoned. I am poisoned by love. Whoop. I think this is just like straight up the best place to grind for this because it's like right next to a screen transition. And it's mandatory, so I apologize. I do apologize for the delay, but I gotta do it. I'm not just being silly about a rock throw this time. I have to do it. It is... If I don't do it, it's bad. I won't get the real ending. I won't get, like, the final area. It'll all be bad. So no bully. Okay, cool. We're good here. We're good. We're done. And that's all the souls we need, actually. Ooh. Sword of Flame, but I don't care, actually. Actually! I have the best sword. It wouldn't be the same without the girls there. Hello there! Hi, Mothman. I have to remember to always properly enunciate Moth in your name, or else I'll just call you Mothman. Which I can understand if maybe you didn't want. Oh, whatever. Out of my way! Out of my way, gay boy, I'm about to get it. Oh, just for old time's sake. I'll relax in the bath for a little, it's fine. Oide. Ow! Hurt. Pain. 6 damage. However will I live? Okay, well, you know, in a roundabout way that does bring something up. We met the donation goal for this month, so I need to like figure out what I'm gonna do. I need to figure out the compensatory service for that, and I still don't have any ideas because I don't know. I get very tired is the thing, and my brain no work. So I guess like the roundabout way of saying I'm taking suggestions. I still need to find artists to do art thing. guy's soul is like super strong, and you really want it for, if you want to do the boss rush, you kind of need Red Minotaur. My dude just dragon punched me. Yeah, the boss rush is pretty hard without those two things. It's hard to get a good time. But with those two things, you just obliterate everything in like 3 hits. But I don't really have any plans to do that today, so I'm not gonna bother farming. I mean, it's possible. It's tricky. You have to be good at the game rather than just mash your face into things. So naturally, I always go for the cheap way. Okay. We need to go back to the clock tower. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. I think it's to the left of here. I still think that, like, I went the wrong way. I still think that, like, maybe, like, Valentine's Day with Maple, ASMR, whatever, it might be fun, but it might also be, like, uncomfortable. It might make people uncomfortable. It might make Twitch uncomfortable. So, I'm still thinking about what I want to do. How it might make me uncomfortable? Never done anything like that before. Also, I think I don't have like a good voice for ASMR. I tragically do not have a good voice for ASMR. Here we are. Smash or pass Castlevania. Okay, we could do that. That might be fun. Oh, I hate final guards, dude. Hyena with gun. Number 1 policy, avoid final guards by turning into a bat. We just got Satan's ring. That's his ring. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Well, presumably Satan's finger is still on his hand. I think he just misplaced the ring. love this guy. It's Stolas. I love this silly little stilt owl man. Alright, just this once. Never mind, I hit the wrong button. Whatever, you can have it. Freebie, freebie. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Listen, I just want hugs, okay? It doesn't necessarily matter that much to me if they are hugs that do damage to my life bar. It doesn't necessarily matter to me if they do damage. More room. I like the backgrounds in this area with like all the statues. They're kind of neat. Not at a super high level, but I feel like I'm at a high enough level, you know? I have lots of healing items. I have a really broken sword. I think I'll be okay. Like, basically once you get this thing, you barely have to use, like, any souls. You just swing the sword and everything just kind of like, well, fuck, I'm weak to holy, aren't I? Well, damn it! I'm weak to holy! I knew I shouldn't have been a minion of darkness! Ew. Happy Thursday, Katramachi! Welcome, 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 welcome! Nice to see you. Apologies if you are also weak to holy damage. Did not mean to single you out, if so. That's a lot of damage. One of my favorite things about... Well, actually, no, it's not my favorite thing. It's actually kind of dumb. But one of the things I find amusing about Elden Ring... One of the things I find amusing about Elden Ring is that if you just stack Holy Resistance... Oh, this is a good one. If you just stack Holy Resistance, the final boss kind of can't damage you. It's really funny. Oh, right, and this is why we got, this is why we got the cowl, the killer mantle. Like, he can do damage to you, like, with the sword, but, like, even then, it's like, he mostly just has holy shit. He mostly just attacks with holy spells, and if you just, like, stack holy resistance and use, like, the barrier of gold or whatever it's called. I'm not gonna kill the golem the legit way! It takes forever! I'm on a schedule! But it's honestly fine because, like, it's honestly fine because the Elden Beast sucks shit, so I don't want to have to interact with it anyway. The Elden Beast is a fucking terrible boss, so if I can just, like, invalidate most of what he does, all the better. God, I hate that fight so much, dude. I had an Elden Ring liker, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. I love Elden Ring, it's a fun game. Probably one of the best ones that came out last year. But good lord, do some of the bosses just absolutely blow chunks. I might have done that once or twice. Withstand a lot of damage without flinching. I don't think I really even planned to use that. I just wanted to show off the killer mantle. I just want to be like, hey! That's why I got this! Actually, hold on. Does this work well against the... It does! Right! It's not as, like, dramatic in effect, but it still just fucking one-shots them. I was aware, I was paying attention. I wasn't just thinking about Melania, Blade of Nicola, and her rot bosoms. Oh geez, I'm sorry, Frater, that sounds awful. I'm not sure I can help, though. Like, do you need me to send you, like, some heavy-duty masks or something? I have a couple in reserve. I'll create a dam so tiny that the virus cannot get through it. How did Bull... I'm out of mana. Oh no! I think the Khalid Bulk does dark damage, which is useful in precisely one boss fight. But it's like a hard boss fight, so it's worth it, I think. COVID business aside, have you been feeling better lately, Frater? Have you been doing a little better lately? Oh, good. I'm glad. Now, I'm pretty sure you don't actually have to do this, but I do it anyway because I'm paranoid. I just equip all of the souls that I'm pretty sure I need for, like, the true ending stuff. I'm making a save state just in case I feel like- I'm sorry, I get needlessly paranoid about stuff like this. Hey, buddy. miraculous power doesn't concern me. I came here to find a way out of this castle. With my new abilities, I can get you out of here quite easily. You, however, have some property of mine in your possession. Souls of my demons are under your control. I cannot forgive such a crime. If I knew how, I'd return all of them to you. This guy's a little unhinged, it's fine. You're one selfish bastard! Sometimes you just have to duck. Sometimes you just have to duck and hit the attack button. And like the secret is that like the succubus soul is actually pretty good, so it's not like a monkey calling is trending on Twitter, dude. The main monkey. I can't believe it. How did you come to? I found a really good sword. This boss is like a really sick design. Like it's like at once grotesque and like kind of hot, you know. But also it's just like it's another case of, hey, you got the good sword, don't worry about it. Just slide around. This is like the kind of unhinged monster design I like. You're not Dracula, dude. I'm sorry. Well, bye. What's this? No! Oh no, he's all like wild and hot now. How did you get over there? Blah blah blah. I have to go into an eclipse and like kill a thing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's Castlevania. We're killing some manner of Dracula. It's fine. Oh. But we get like, once again, like the best soul shard in the game. We also get a cool suit. Stop it! Don't throw at me. I think this is the first game where like this ability was introduced. Why are you? I am gaming. I'm using the dashy dash. Thank you. At least somebody appreciates my talents. You know, by, you know, beating the boss with a super OP weapon. It's fine. Big sippy, okie dokie. There's so many like whirling tridents on screen at once. Okay, where do I have to go? It's the hanging gardens. I just don't. It's always a little like weird. Never quite sure where they are. Or like what the quick. I guess it's like from the entrance is the quickest way. Oh, if it's for your kitty's sake, I guess that's fine. I'm not heartless. Action pose Soma. Whoa! I'm Dracula now. Don't worry about it, Hammer. My hair just got a little messed up. It's fine. I'm full up on potions. But it's fine. No, I messed up my hair. I lost my comb. The life of a fashion model is hard sometimes. How to hair gel? Just going through like halls of weak enemies with Black Panther on is like the best thing. It's extremely dope in poggers. I almost outran that soul. That's how fast you go. You go so fast. Going fast is really fun when it's not like compulsory. I don't like it as much when going fast is like compulsory, you know? I want to go fast, but at my own pace. Does that make sense? No, it's not too fast for me. I'm just saying. It's like going fast in a Sonic game is a choice you make. It's like, it's up to you if you want to go fast or not. And I enjoy that. I like that. It's important to me that I have the option of going slow if I want to. That's what makes going fast fun. I like to set my own pace on things. I'm not a huge fan of when you just absolutely have to go fast or go slow. I wanna choose for myself. I wanna be a free woman. Alright, let's see here. Sword of Darkness. Any darkness souls here? Nightmare might work. Whee! Fire the horse! Ow. I'm honestly just like really bad at like doing speed runs and like challenge runs and stuff because I'm a meanderer at heart. I like to meander. Hi Julius, we fight now. He's pretty tough though. Trading blows with him is not actually a good idea, and I shouldn't do it. I can fire horses at him, though. I can just shoot a horse at him. I can just rapid fire out horses. Calico, I think, is what it's called. Oh, and Navi and PT, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I have to fight a man with a whip. It's good to see you all. Welcome in. What are you up to? I'm Maple, by the way. I'm Maple. I play retro games, especially if they have like whips in them. It's kind of strange, but I am how I am. I am how I am. Wild Bunny raid. Julius is probably the hardest fight in the game. Like, he's fast, he's aggressive, he does a shit ton of damage. And he has a very varied moveset. And then he does shit like this. No, don't do it, Julius. Very slowly strutting away. Oh. It's been going well. Thank you for the raid. Okay, well, it hasn't all been going well. I will admit something, and that we had massive tech problems at the start of the game, at the start of the stream, and we just had to play a different game, and it sucked. It was awful. I hated it, but it's fine. Please tell me a fact real about bunnies. Let me think here. What's a good bunny fact? I think I've said this one before, but I don't know that much about rabbits, so Lagomorphs used to be classified as rodents, but eventually they got their own family. They got to be Lagomorphs and not just rodents. So they're slightly different from rodents, but related. Jumped right into that. I was paused too long. Dodged it. He dodged the horse! What a god! I would say he actually gets a little bit easier once he starts using his sub-weapons because they're easier to dodge. Ow, God, he hurts so much, dude. Ooh-ah. So what were you playing on your stream? Alright, back to the OP sword. Julius resists wholly because he's a Belmont, so not as effective. Possibly still more effective than the Khalid Vogue just because it gives you all the extra stats and shit, but... a conundrum worth considering. Oh shit, we were playing Bloodstained yesterday! I love Bloodstained. I fucking love Bloodstained, dude! This is where the Chaos Ring appears. This is where the Chaos Ring appears if you have every soul, but I don't. I have the Dracula. I'm in the Dracula drip. Okay, I have to ask something, and it's gonna make me sound like a totally out of touch like suburban mom. But why do they call it drip? Why do they call it drip? It doesn't make any sense. If your clothes are dripping, isn't that a bad thing? Please educate me. I'm 30 to 40 years old, so I just don't know. Oh, you know, we also kind of did a bunny playthrough. I sort of abused the hell out of the Lily transformation. We had fun with bunny morphosis. We used bunny power to defeat the forces of evil. Alright, well, if anybody, like, remembers why it's called drip, if anybody remembers, let me know. I am now desperately curious. I don't want to be out of touch. I'm only 31. I think that a rabbit should be allowed to use a gun if they want to. I think it's very valid when a rabbit uses a firearm. You know, Second Amendment rights, they're not just for humans. They apply to rabbits, too. That's a lie. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But it'd be funny if it did. You see, I'm a constitutional literalist, so I believe that rabbits should have guns. Mudgy? I hate that there's no map of this area. I have no sense of direction. Rabbits can have high caliber weapons as a treat. This is like a cool area. Like, it's kind of neat that it's like Dracula's castle, like, mishmashed in a void. Yeah. The Second Amendment dictates that your challenge run can use guns. Giga really loves the fucking reverse castle conceit, I guess. Being the... Hi, Boniface. Nice to see you. I need your opinion on this. Would you care to weigh in? Would you care to weigh in on the topic we're discussing? Do you think that rabbits should have the right to bear arms? bunnies, you're the rabbit. Ha ha ha. We're trying to settle a debate for the Raiders. Because this is an educational stream. They should bear arms. Sick. There you have it. Oh, you know, I never actually used the Galamoth soul. I think the only thing that you get from that is like you get another secret book telling you what exactly it is you should do to beat the game. But I already know because I'm fucking baller. Arm all bunnies. Hello, Corgi. Nice to see you. God, I should not have, like, rushed to the end of the game. Should not have rushed to the end of the game. I don't know what I'm gonna do after I'm done. Improvise. Improvise, Maple. Much like Mulaney, I can lifesteal off of shields. It makes me really OP and obnoxious. Thank you for your contribution. Can skeletons swim? Much to ponder. Skeleton can swim. Animal fact, skeletons are capable of swimming. I have a feeling you didn't. I have a feeling you did not. I have a feeling that there are beavers in my future. Alright, well, it's fine if a Bunger sneaks in because I love him. And I guess it's also fine if Bunger if beavers sneak in because I also love them. I guess it's just fine. You can throw things at me if you want. I put the option there for a reason. It's just the whims of fate. Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Super potion's worth it. I will not kill a final guard. It's too much of a pain in the ass. I refuse. It is! It's an actual beaver. Actual beaver, Maple McKenzie. You can write a song about it if you want. I'm just like, there's all these like super beef mode enemies here. I'm just like, you know, I don't have to engage. Honestly, not my problem. Very carefully. Like, a little bit of telekinesis is involved. Alternatively, I do just actually have thumbs. You know, It's not that hard to believe. Beavers can be pretty dexterous. Have you ever seen a beaver eat an apple? It's really cute, and it's also like they like sort of grasp it. They grasp it firmly. Stop it! Leave me alone! No! No! Oh, I've always been too popular with the girls. See ya. All right, here we go. This is the final list of final battles. I'm trying to remember like what a good soul set to use is here. Actually, I think Medusa Head's kind of useful, and we'll go with Headhunter just for extra beef and I'm gonna be honest here. I think I'm mostly just gonna be hitting it with the OP sword, but I'll put in Lightning Ball just for the memes. Is that a meme? Is using a good soul a meme? I don't think that's actually a meme. Angel Maddie PNG, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Better not fuck up now. New follower. God, this boss is so fucking weird. I kind of love it. Like, it's just so weird and inexplicable. It's like this, evidently this is the essence of Dracula. Some weird statues. I've never been very good at like actually avoiding damage here, so I mostly just save up a bunch of healing items. Biblically accurate Dracula. Damn, I wonder. I found it, the God spot. Like, this is also weird, but it makes sense because, like, the whole theme of the game is like, oh, it's in an eclipse. The eclipse itself has really high defense until you, like, kill the eyeballs. Could probably get away with hitting it now, but might as well do it properly. And even, you know, when you take everything out, it's still got a lot of health. Oh. Please die. Alright, I admit it, I am secure in the knowledge that I have a lot of healing items, so I'm just kind of face tanking now. I'm just kind of like, you know, it's fine. Honestly, that was probably one of the better chaos fights I've had, which is not exactly a ringing endorsement of a chaos fights, but it is what it is. We beat the game. Biblically accurate Dracula has been banished to the Old Testament. Omedetou! I thought Konami stopped making Castlevania because they're really bad at their jobs and they only like to make pachinko machines. I thought it's because they only like to hit the lever. Okay. Well, that was it. That was Aria of Sorrow. One of my favorite games on the Game Boy Advance, and just in general. Really good, really good. It's short, but it's sweet. And it's like, if you really go digging and then you want to get all the souls, it will occupy you for a little bit. I love Curry the Kid. I love Curry the Kid. My boy, Curry the Kid. Okay, I'm gonna let the credits roll for a sec. And I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Hi. Alright, so I don't actually know what to do now. I don't actually know what I should do now. Gamon's good. We beat Aria of Sorrow, which is not the game I wanted to play today, but computers, man. Tricking rocks to think, not a good idea. Maybe we should just chat for a little bit. I haven't done that in a while. We have not chatted in a little bit. We have not done the Zatsudan. Not the Zandatsu. It's different, Maple. It's different. I'm told that the weather in Oregon is actually really nice, but I am sadly stuck in California for the foreseeable future. We can put some music on. We can put some tunes. I want to listen to some tunes. Is it true that California knows how to party? I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's also like, I don't know. It's also true that California is literally always on fire somewhere. It's really nerve-wracking as somebody that's afraid of fire and has allergies and doesn't like ash in their lungs. Let me just change the category real quick. We are just talking. Just chatful. Cool. Okay. And you know, I can actually, now that I don't have a full screen application, I can bring the chat over here and look at it directly. California is lit, literally. So tell us, you want me to tell you about food? What kind of food? You want to tell me about like my favorite foods? I can tell you about my favorite foods. I can tell you about my favorite dessertos. I can tell you about how I love to eat tree bark. I could tell you about that. It's a little unapplicable to most people because most people aren't beavers. That's just a sad fact of life. You want me to tell you about maple bars? I'll tell you all about maple bars. I love maple bars, dude. I totally fucking love maple bars, dude. I would like die. I would like die if I had access to unlimited maple bars. I'm sorry, okay? I've lived in California too long. Dude is just like a thing I use to like cap off sentences. I'm sorry. Sometimes my entire sentence will just be dude. I'll just be like, dude! I'm not from California, I just live here. Worst of both worlds. I'm... Don't listen to Frater. Frater is a wizard and cannot be trusted. So yeah, if you don't know what a maple bar is, first of all, I'm sorry. Second of all, I will educate you. A maple bar, like, imagine a donut, okay? Just imagine, if you will, a donut. But that donut is not donut shaped, it is just like a block of donut. It's just like a block of donut. And then you put maple icing over it, then bam, you have a maple bar, and it's like the most delicious thing ever. One of the very few donuts I actually like. Listen, the only place I've found to get maple bars is in places that also sell donuts. I think it's like technically a donut. It's just like a donut in ingot form. It's like how tater tots are potato ingots. Forge the donut. Oh, I love raspberries. I like most fruits. I have a sweet tooth. Fruit is often sweet. Donuts would be good, but they're missing a chunk. Where'd they go? Where'd the donut holes go? Well, then what is scam? Take out the whole and sell cheese separately. This is all just a fucking con by Big Donut. What sauce do I prefer to partake in with my pasta? That's an excellent question, Moon. Excellent question. I am not a big fan of red sauce. I will eat it if there is no alternative, but I'm not a big fan. I prefer white sauce. I like Alfredo sauce. You just eat pasta? You just eat pasta? What just the pasta? Alfred sauce. But there's other sauces too. I like lemon-based sauces a lot. Like there's a lemonette Alfredo sauce that Trader Joe's sells sometimes that I really love. It's really good. It's like it's got like a really nice tang to it, but it's also got some Alfredo creamy goodness. But like just like vinaigrette or even lemon-based sauces can be good too. And you know, I've developed more of a tolerance for red sauce lately. Big donut, gimme. So that's my preferred pasta. That's my preferred pizza pasta. Put it in a box. Now I will say that there is a subtle difference between like marinara sauce and meat sauce and pizza sauce, and lately I've been really enjoying pizza sauce a lot more. Maybe it's just because, like, I finally found a place that does good pizza sauce. Maybe it's just because I finally found, like, a pizza place that has good sauce at long last. My favorite pizza topping combo. Hello there, pizza time. I'm thinking. Like, there's a lot of good ones. I think I am partial to just like pepperoni, sausage, onion, pepper. Just like the usual sort of supremo. But like, I've had like really good barbecue chicken pizza before. I've also had like really good like white pizza and Greek pizza. But I think my favorite is probably just the standby of like the supreme. It is 6 a.m. in the morning clock, and you have just stumbled out of bed whether you want to or not. What do you drink? Water? I usually just have like a sippy of water, or maybe I go down and like get some fizzy water and a little bit of juice in it. I can't really drink anything like super acidic right in the morning because that makes my tummy hurt. Never heard of a mango pizza. I wonder if that's like anything like a mango salsa. There are a couple of pizzas that I like really want to try though. Like, I think I would genuinely like to try a cheeseless pizza at some point just to see if I like it. Because, like, sometimes I've noticed that on pizzas, sometimes they really pile on the cheese and it's kind of unappetizing to me. I feel like cheese is something that you have to use it judiciously. It was a cheese pizza with mango slices on it. Interesting. When I was younger, I was like the opposite. I like hated sauce and needed like all the cheese, but now that I'm older, I've sort of like evened out a little, and I'd like to see if I would enjoy a cheeseless pizza. I'd like to see if I could fuck with the legendary left side none beef. I'd like to see if I could fuck with that. I think. I mean, I'd probably eat it and it'd be okay. It's just bread. It's just bread and meat at that point. And it's just bread and meat. And it's hard to mess that up. Like, it probably wouldn't be especially good, but it'd be fine. Oh, but here's something about me and pizza you should know. There's something about... Hold on, I'm taking a sip. Beg pardon. Here's something about me and pizza you should absolutely know. I cannot eat leftover pizza. I just can't. I hate it. It's disgusting to me. And it's like people that like live with me when we get pizza are like, oh, that's good because we can eat it. And I'm like, please have as much as you want. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I've never had a more incorrect opinion. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I don't like it. The texture's all wrong. I take 2 lasagnas and put them on the other one. Is that 1 lasagna or 2? I feel like it's probably 2. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine if I have this wrong opinion because I can just give all the leftover pizza to people who want it. Nope, I don't like it reheated either. I just don't like it. I don't like it. It's a mental thing. I think it's a mental block. I can't abide it. I can't. I'm sorry. Everyone else can have it. I forfeit all of my leftover pizza to everyone else. Thank you for the head pat. I forfeit my right to the leftover pizza so I can... Maybe we can make an exchange. You have the leftover pizza. I'll have the leftover breadsticks. Huh? How about that? Seems fair. That's totally fine. Like, cold pizza's a thing. Leftover pizza and cold pizza's totally a thing. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I just have a strange mental block about it. I just have a very strange mental block about it. I just gorge your loins and eat the whole pizza in one sitting. God. I feel like if it was like a medium, I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that with a medium. Anything large and I think I would suffer. Anything larger than that, I think I would actually just die. Oh, well, I absolutely could invite some friends over to help. It's true. That's absolutely true. And I would welcome their help. The truth is, I can sometimes be a bit of an overeater, but that's mostly due to the fact that I kind of have a weird, like, eating schedule. Because, like, the way I do things is I tend to have, like, a fairly small breakfast in the morning. Then I don't eat anything else all day until it's dinner time, and then I kind of pig out. And that's maybe not the best way to do it. I admit that. But it's what works for me and my sometimes touchy tummy. So I fear meddling with it. I fear meddling with it. Believe it. I believe we've reached the end of Rondo. Rondo. What's another good game soundtrack? Harmony of Despair. Let's fucking do it. Damn, this looks kind of hardcore. What do you eat at work? Not a pilgrim called Spooky. Dude, I would love to host a pizza party. I haven't had a pizza party in forever. I'm not sure if this is like a thing that was unique to like my peer group, but like whenever we had a pizza party, we also had like these little like orange sherbet things to go with them. Like we couldn't have one without the other. It was imperative. Huh. You know something I want to figure out? I'm totally changing the subject and I apologize, but, that sounds delicious, but if you eat that every day, I pray that your heart holds out. I pray that you're alright. So I'm changing the subject a little bit. There's something I want to figure out how to do in like either OBS or Stream or VTube Studio, and that's like I want to have like a button that just like dramatically zooms in on my face. I just want to have like a maple jump scare button, like if I want to say something like super dramatic. I've seen other streamers do it, and it's really funny when they do it. I want to be like them. Okay. As long as you're perfectly fine, I believe you. Just take care of yourself if you can. Oh no, Maple is joining the Zoomers? No, I'm not. I think all the VTubers I watch are like the same age as I am. My son. I'm giving everybody a treat. Yes, gaze upon them. Gaze upon the freckles. Bask in their glory. I know you love them. You freckle freaks. You fiends for freckles. It's only Zoomer if I have the Vine boom, I see. I'm learning so much. But I feel like I should probably just learn more about the programs that I use. It feels like a lot of the time I am not using them to their full potential, and that's kind of a problem. Chat's being quite well behaved. Oh, you know, we're at 957 followers, which is kind of nutso. Kind of nutso, if you ask me. I feel like that sort of warrants like a... That sort of warrants like another little like sneak preview of the new model. I feel like I should reward good behavior. I did say that, Vips. When I said chat is being well behaved, I was pleased. I was pleased. Please, you keep going on as you are. It's fine. But I don't really have like an image or anything prepared, so give me one sec. Give me one sec here. While we blast into the dark night. Hell of a banger. Hell of a banger. Okay, one second. I'm preparing. I'm preparing the surprise. I'm preparing the treat. Hop on Twitch, the first thing you see is Booba. I'm sorry! Well, you're gonna see more. That's just the truth. Oh, that's a little small. Like, enlarge. So here's another like model like snapshot here for you. Here's another model snapshot for you of a certain area of the body. What do you mean more clothes? What do you mean more clothes? Don't jump to conclusions. Oh, well... let's say instead that the clothes have been rearranged a little bit. Let's just say the clothes have been rearranged a little. Superimpose them on my current model. Oh, fine, if I must. How's that? It looks a little dopey because it's not like... It's not like, it's not bouncing around with me, is what I'm saying. It's also, I probably need to like adjust the sizing a little. But yeah, let me just move these back over. Another little model preview for everybody who has been so helpful and nice to me. It's the carrot on the stick. Also, it's like, okay, so like, here, real talk for a minute. Lily Lyrical, they're the one who made it. They did such a good job, dude. They did such a good fucking job. And I want to show everyone. I want to show everybody and be like, I want to do like the Will Smith pose and be like, look at this, look at it. It's good. It's really good. That's what I want to do. But I can't yet. I made a promise to somebody. I don't remember who. Maybe myself. But a particular import, I think, is that the freckles is more visible. I don't think I will have to go. I don't think I will have to like make myself enlargified. I don't think I will have to become oh-ho big just for people to see them, which is good. They're such a charming little detail, but they're just hard to see. Praise the booba! I mean, sure, if you want to. If you wanna. I won't complain. Alright, that's enough disembodied titty, I think. That is enough disembodied titty, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully it whet the old appetite. My search for artists for the January outfit design stuff continues. It's still kind of slim pickings for the moment. Jesus. I'm keeping my ear to the ground. I might at this point just like go back to Skeb. It's just that the last time I scabbed something, my debit card got like put on a freeze because they thought it was a fraud. And like I feel like it probably wouldn't happen again if it happened once and I resolved it, but it's just not something I want to deal with. And you know, I know I also promised new animated emotes, but it's like the person I contacted for that just absolutely ghosted the fuck out of me, so I need to fucking deal with that. It's hard, okay? I wish I could draw. I genuinely wish I could draw. That's the first time that's literally ever happened to me though. So it's like I'm not gonna be like, I hate artists now. It's just like I'm sure they had their reasons. But I am out $40. I did spend $40 on nothing, which does kind of suck, but it's whatever. It's whatever. So yeah, I'm also on the lookout for somebody who might be able to do that. Sometimes she gets scammed. Sometimes you just get scammed and you can't do anything about it. I'm taking a sippy. I know it's not animated, but I still want one of those. I still want an oh yeah. Because I feel like a lot of stuff goes on in this chat that like warrants that. I feel like there's a lot of stuff in the chat that absolutely warrants a face like that. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Ruthless, but who could deny it? I feel like since we're also like getting closer in like a fairly significant way, I actually need to think about like what my sub goals are gonna be. I need to like actually think about what I'm actually going to do for the Promise Subathon, because I'm bad at coming up with ideas off the cuff, you know? As you probably learned today, when the game I wanted to play didn't fucking work. And I had to like find a substitute, I basically like dithered for 10 straight minutes because I was just so flustered. I like to think that I'm a flexible person. I like to think that I'm like a flexible person for the most part, but I will admit that like I kind of, if I'm gonna be flexible, I kind of need somebody else to set the pace for me. I can be flexible, but I have trouble being spontaneous. Does that make sense? Like let's say, by way of comparison, let's say that I don't know, I went to like go do a collab with somebody, and I thought we were like gonna play Fortnite, just as an example. I don't think I would ever play Fortnite, but let's just say it was Fortnite. And then they decided, nah, I want to play Duck Game instead. I'd be fine with that. That'd be totally cool with me. That's totally fine. Honestly, the games chosen were like totally random. I didn't actually put much thought into that, so I'm not making a statement on the quality of Fortnite or Duck Game. They just came to my mind because quack. Meh. Meh. Oh my goodness. My eyes are kind of tired. I could probably stream with my eyes closed since they're not playing a game. Sleepy Maple chat. Fortnite, it's not gonna happen. That sounds really expensive. I have nothing against Fortnite dancing, but getting a model to do it sounds like it would take a lot of rigging and a lot of art, and I have fairly stringent monetary limitations. This music is like very dramatic for just chatting, but I guess that's just the price you pay when you put on a Castlevania soundtrack. Sometimes it's just like fucking Dracula time. And other times it's like you just start jamming out. Strawberries and cream flavored Dr. Pepper. What's that like? Is that good? I tend to like fruit flavored sodas, so I would be willing to believe it was good, but I also know that sometimes it's not great. Well, Maple is
Quack.
quack. Maple has complicated feelings, I think. Good but weird. You know what I really like and haven't had in like forever? Just like literally forever. Like literally I haven't had it since the dawn of time. Is just like a really nice like orange cream soda. And I feel like all of a sudden I would literally kill a man for one. That's an exaggeration. I wouldn't kill a man for anything. I'm just saying I haven't had one in a long time and I want one. I want one, okay? Also, hi next time. It's good to see you. That's just to watch him die while I drink my cream soda. Orange cream in general is just really good. Like, way better than normal orange. I forget what the brand is called, but like there's this brand of like nicer root beer and cream soda. It's not like A&W or Bulldog or whatever. It's like Henry Weinhard? Is that his name? It comes in like glass bottles and not cans. That's how you know it's fancy. What is called Cock and Bull? What? I thought we were talking about orange cream soda, not fucking like the sex toys. Henry Weinhard, that's his name. That's a good brand for like root beer and cream soda. It's like expensive, I think, though. Why in God's name would you call a soda Cock and Bull? Why? I mean, I guess if it was like a previous branding thing, I'll allow it, but jeezums. Jeez, Pete. Hi, Zelen. I don't think I've ever had ginger beer. Weird random pictures on their labels. I think I've seen them. Probably like the weird, actually it wasn't that weird, but I've had like green apple sodas before that I really enjoyed. I've never had like one of like the fucking like turkey meatloaf mashed potato sodas though. I have never felt compelled to try one of those. I've like seen them in like convenience stores where like where like we would stop off to get gas on like family trips, but just like no, it's fine that they exist, but it's not for me. Sorry. I'm not a big soda drinker in general. It's a little too sweet for me. I like sweet things, but like I also know that like especially as I'm getting older, I don't like sweet things as much as I used to. So I mostly just drink like water and soda water these days. I suppose there also is the health aspect, but I kind of don't care about that much.
Gotta show some love to my favorite streamer.
Well, thank you. I didn't know I was your favorite. That's very sweet, Alec. Thank you. Love has been shown and appreciated. Oh no, the hand's off screen. Ah! I was fiddling with the thumb drive and I dropped it. I shouldn't fiddle with thumb drives. I'll find it. I'll find it in a minute. I've taken a sippy. I'm just... You stop that. You stop that this instant. This is a wholesome stream. We're talking about cream soda, okay? Ow. Listen. I'm just a fiddler, okay? I'm a fiddler. I need something to fiddle with. If I like don't have like a controller in my hands or whatever, I need something to like fiddle with, or else like just stir crazy. I go stir crazy. I'm a fidgeter. I'm a fiddler. I need a spinny. I need a marble spinny. I have that though. But like something I would do sometimes when I was a kid in school and I got like really bored, sometimes I would like lift up the chair. I would like lean so the chair got lifted up, and then I would like put the chair thing back down on my foot and just like see how long I could do that. I mean, 12? It's hard to beat that. I don't see what that has to do with my fidgeting habits, but it cannot be denied. That's a 12 or 13 for me, Oomphy. Am I the only one that like ever did that with the chair? I do understand. Once I learned how to make origami chickens in middle school, any loose piece of paper would become his chicken. That probably would have been better for me than putting like heavy chairs on my foot. But I just couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Beaver needs enrichment, okay? Not if there's not enough enrichment in my enclosure, I get a little wild. Get a little wild and crazy, and I put chairs on my feet. Or it's like sometimes when I like I got bored on like a long car ride. Oh hush. If I like got bored on like a long car ride and it was like hot out, sometimes I would just like put my finger on the window where it was really hot and I would just see how long I could hold it there. Or like I would like go walk bare feet on like the hot pavement, just like do something. I was a little weird, I think. I don't do stuff like that as much anymore, but as a kid I did it all the time and it like made my parents crazy. They're like, what the fuck are you doing, you silly little bitch? Alright, they didn't call me, they didn't use that language, but the meaning, the tone was there. I mean, if you want, I guess. I'm not saying nobody can, I'm just saying my parents did not use that language because that would be a bad influence and also mean to a child of 11 to 12 years old. I stretch. Oh. Hello? I'm awake. Sorry, I had like a little, you ever have one of those little like micro naps? Or it's just like you close your eyes for just a second. You would just like close your eyes for a second and you're just like, oh, that's nice. Ah! Hi, Bunker. You just close your eyes for a second and you're tired and it's just like, I'll just stay like this for a minute. And then it's like a little bit more than a minute. Have fun in Fortnite. Get the sick epic win kills. I don't know anything about Fortnite except that you can be Goku. The only thing I know about Fortnite in this day and age is that you can be Goku if you want to. Dab on Goku. Dab on that Saiyan. Oh, you know, I'm just all over the place when I do. I have like my ability to like keep the conversation on one topic is very limited. I live like another thought pops into my head. I just have to entertain it like immediately. I'm not very good at it. I'm sorry. But, Marooney has been streaming again recently. And, like, I'm not, like, a super, like, close follower, big fan of her, but, I'm you might say I'm familiar with the lore of the Pop and Start group. You might say I'm familiar with the lore. So it's nice to see that she's back at it, because I know those are good peoples. Those is good peoples over in Pop and Start, and I'm glad to see that she has returned to stream. I'm glad to see that the rat is winning again. Rodent tuber solidarity, you see. I'm pretty sure Marooney has no idea who I am, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just remember her saying she was like having a really rough and busy time in her life, and I'm glad that that has resolved itself a little. I like it. I like it when people are happy and thriving and doing what they love. That's what I like. I'm not a very, like, competitive person when it comes to, like, VTubing or whatever. I'm sure, like, some of the more... I like suffering... Where on earth would you get that impression? I feel like maybe some of the more, like, cutthroat competitive people on the scene would be like, oh, she stopped streaming, huh? Is this my chance? And you know, that's valid of them. That's valid of them. It's a business, and you gotta do what you gotta. But I'm bad at doing what I gotta, and I just like it when people are doing their thing. It is good when people enjoy themselves. What's up, Corky? What's up, Corky? What'd I say? Am I being weird again? Have I come unglued again? I'm sorry. I'm tired. I didn't sleep well last night. I went to bed too late because I was fixing tech problems that fucking unfixed themselves while I was in bed. Ah, sorry. Lip quivering. Let me readjust my phone here. My lips kind of do that naturally sometimes. This is like a tick. But I think that, like, the angle that my phone captures me at can exacerbate it a little bit on the model. I am all a quiver. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm mostly just sleepy. But, like, how's everybody else? How's everybody doing on this lovely little Thursday afternoon we got ourselves going here? Potentially evening, depending on where you are. Or maybe even early morning, depending on where you are. It might even be Friday. Honestly, I can't keep track. Time is too complicated for me. Why can't everybody just be on Pacific time? You woke up an hour ago because you don't have work today. Ooh, poggers. That's always good. That's like so poggers-umphy. Oh, what you gonna get to eat? Tell me about food. Tell me more about food, Joey Bear. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep and barely staying conscious while I eat pretzel buns. Umphy, you're so valid. That's so true. Thank you so much for speaking your truth. I have not had a corn dog in forever. I wonder if I'd like them now. Seems like a pretty hard thing to fuck up. I'm sorry, I don't know if I like corn dogs or not. It's been... I don't think I've had a corn dog since I was like 10 years old. I think it's probably safe to say that I prefer normal hot dogs to corn dogs, but I don't think that means corn dogs is bad dogs. I want some pretzel buns now. I fucking love pretzel buns, dude. I love soft pretzels, whether or not they're pretzel shaped. Potato and cheese? I want to try that now. That sounds delicious. That sounds umai as fuck. Oomphy, that sounds oishi as all hell. Oh, they're Korean.
Just a sprinting drive-by cheer. Wish I had time to stay, but I support ya, Maple.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Plaguebird. It's good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. Oh, Golden Dogitos, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Alright, and bye-bye, Vips. Have a good stream. Oh, no, you're playing TCG today. Sorry. I know sometimes you head out to stream. Pretzel bread is always good. Local grocery store bakery makes the buns. Whoa, that's dangerous. That's perilous. That is perilous, Nelly. I might abuse that if that were my local grocery store. The thing of it is that, like, left to my own devices, I don't eat badly. Left to my own devices, I mostly just, like, eat whatever. But that goes both ways. It, like, I eat what's on hand, just so I'm not making a fuss. But sometimes if that means what's on hand is, like, garbage, or, like, too much bread or whatever, I'll be like, yeah, dude, give me some fucking bread. I love bread. And I eat too much bread. And it's not good for me. But I really love bread, okay? I love to eat bread and garbage. Picture on the Discord? Let me take a look-see. Oh dear. I don't know, my lips covering it. Oh my god, that looks lethal. That looks lethal. Like, in a good way. Like, I would eat too many of these and probably die. Alright, sorry. Well, you see, the thing about noodle is bread, but wiggly. Noodle is bread, but it wiggle. You know? You feel me, Oofies? Noodle is wiggly bread. It's the same, it's just the shape different. It is sort of like rice. Rice is like bread, but it's like tiny bread. It's like tiny breads put together. I like to understand my food in, like, terms of how bread it is. I'm normal. I'm normal. It's perfectly normal to love bread a lot. Listen, I'm not normal, but I'm normal, you know? I'm weird, but I'm harmlessly weird. Boiled Jello bread, oh dear. I guess you're not wrong. There's so many good bread-based foods! Oh, and it's like, you know, a potato is bread that grows in the ground. Potato is ground bread, you know? It's bread of the earth. This is the Harmony of Despair OST, in case you're wondering. And it is a pretty good remix. You are not wrong, my friend. Oomphy, you are so right. I'm pretty sure that whenever I say Oomphy, it's really cringe. But it's fun to say. It's got a good mouthfeel. Like bread. Local mom tries to be popular with the kids by saying Oomphy. I'm just trying to relate to the young folk. Please. Please, why can't we be Oompies? Am I too old to be an Oompy? Oh! Oh! Pain and misery. Honestly, I'm probably not. I'm only 31. Literally only 31. It's kind of fun to pretend. It's kind of fun to pretend that I'm not. That I'm actually, like, super old and out of touch. You can post it in Discord, Nestlin. I'd be happy to take a look at it. Cool. Sick. Hella. Oomphy is for everyone. I see. I think that's good. I think that Oomphy should be for everyone. It's got a very, like, wholesome for everyone feel. Like, you know, I think personally, if somebody was 100 years old and called me Oomphy, I think that would be so valid for them. I'm sort of becoming more deranged as the stream goes on, I think. I'm sort of becoming a little bit more deranged with each passing moment. But I think that you should let women be deranged. I think that's, like, super poggers if you let women just be totally unhinged. It's okay, I'll be back tomorrow, probably still unhinged. And I don't have any idea what I'm gonna do tomorrow, because the thing I was gonna do tomorrow was Aria of Sorrow. But we did that today because Castlevania 2 didn't work, and I don't know how to make it work. I don't know. I'm having a problem. Maybe more Bloodstained. We'll do the second Blood Rain. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Have fun. Good luck. Have fun. Conquer. Draw the good cards. Go forth and conquer, Oomphy. Hello, SSJ Keyshawn. Nice to see you. Welcome on in. What's up? We're just chatting. Why are we publicly executing Mothman? Listen, I know Mothman is a little strange. I know Mothman enjoys diseases. I know that Mothman has some strange ideas about how Wile E. Coyote paintings work. But they're harmless. Mothman 2 isn't Oomphy. They're just a little, you know, Deranged. Like me. You're watching the Nintendo Direct. I'm not like super into watching Nintendo Directs, but I am gratified to know that the Advance Wars remake is finally like unstalled. I'm really glad to know that's finally like actually gonna come out now. It's like, I understand the reasoning, but we gotta be real here. We have to be absolutely 100% real. Advance Wars has about as much to do with actual war as Super Mario Brothers. Advance Wars is basically a bunch of dipshit kids playing with Duplos. An army men. Link cable emulation, you say? Okay, that's actually interesting. Because, like, most of the time when I, like, hear about Nintendo, like, putting old games on their console again, it's like, oh, well, these are going to be wretchedly overpriced, aren't they? But if it does have, like, actual link cable compatibility, that might be... Well, it's probably not going to be worth it, but it's at least something. It's at least something. Thank you. I like hugs. I don't know, I feel like I can't go back to Metroid Prime without, like, the Prime hack that lets you, like, play it like a real-ass first-person shooter. That was so pog. That was so poggers. Life-changing events. You know, I think if I just keep talking for another hour... Oh! Hold the fuck up. It's Getsufluminon! It's Getsufluminon! Tits out for Getsufluminon! Titties out for funny 8-bit man with a sword. What was I saying? I don't remember. Dude, it never fails. I play Castlevania and I like see some of the hot monster girls without shirts on. I'm just like, you know, that's kind of cool. I like that. I like to think about this and I like to perceive it. And then it's like I can't really think about anything else. I'm normal. Normal. It's just like, you know, Viv's question earlier. The question about the scale of the 1 to 10. It got my gears grinding, you know? It got the mental machinery working, and I'm just thinking about that. Like, excessively. Like, I feel like the monster designs didn't get like super ultra horny until like we got to like Dawn of Sorrow, I think. Like Dawn of Sorrow unleashed some stuff on me, you know? Like the witches in Dawn of Sorrow. Give him the old Numa Numa. Show him who's boss. It's like, you know, there was like the earlier discussion about, you know, the braziers, you know. It's in your head, you think about it. And you think about it excessively. And then you're just like, huh. And you're just like, huh. Kinda neat. Makes the brain cells and neurons activate a little. All three of them. I wonder. Will Twitch actually let me raid today? It's a mystery. If it lets me, I'll probably raid my buddy Vicus. He is playing Pizza Tower. The leaning tower of pizza. Except I don't think it leans well, it's just the tower of pizza. And since I sort of can't play that, anymore, which is a real tragedy of my life. I feel like I should at least raid something you can, you know? Alright, given that if I continue on this track, I am literally just going to continue until I say something that will probably get me banned about titties. So, I think I should probably just call it here. I feel like I need to exercise a little bit of self-restraint and forbearance here. So let me see if I can... Okay, it seems to be working this time. It seems to be working this time. Alright, I'm gonna raid my pal, my buddy, playing the Pizza Tower. And I'll talk to you later. I'll figure out something to do tomorrow, I swear. And if you want to know what it is beforehand, feel free to follow my Twitter or join the Discord. That's like the best way to do it, I think. That's the best way. But yeah, I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.